Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Hey JMG, Nadia, Bernie, Savage, Sylvie, Minus3, Remco, Ben, how are you guys? Jarek, Thomas, thanks for being here. El Victador, the Apple Sip 76, Lumonium. Hey all, thanks for being here. How are you guys doing? Well, it seems like YouTube has the total control of the chat right here. See that? It's a little bit slow, like 9 people on Twitch and 24 on YouTube right now. Oh, so many messages right before we got into this. Master Yoda. I'm a madman, okay. I accept. I take that as a compliment. Thank you. I think I could just bring the light a little bit up. Ben, yes, I really like the new lens. It's really amazing. It's really clear, and yes, the best thing, it's really, you can dim down. As I said probably a million times before, the best thing is that you can have the light, the aperture irgendwie, or the aperture, you know, kind of like that low on 1.4. Oh, thank you for following, El Victador. Yeah, that you have a completely cool, you know, like the backlight up here is completely dim. It's absolutely amazing to sit. I could even turn this on while working, so it's really like that low. Yeah. Hey, Thorsten. Yeah, the lens is really doing well to my hair. I really on purpose, you know, like had a little bit of standing here, so I have like a little bit of an, how you say, like an I don't know how it is called, like you know, like a punk haircut or something. In Germany, it would be called Irokesenschnitt. So you probably know what I'm talking about. Hey, Cloud Jumper. Engine Guitar. Hey, Rotting. So many new people. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I was just reading it in the chat when I had the starting screen, you know, that, yeah, sadly, Eddie Van Halen left us. I mean, that guy was definitely, you know, like probably one of my major reasons, one of the major reasons I went to, you know, playing guitar. So, and started music at all. So if it was anyone besides Satriani and Steve Vai, it was definitely Eddie Van Halen. I remember back then with my grand cousin, when we were at his house, they had a basement, and we just went in there. There was a piano in the basement, so probably I can't remember. I was that little, you know, like probably 8, 9, 10 something, and we were listening to Jump, and just instantly went to the basement where the piano is and just fiddled around and did anything. It probably didn't have anything to do with Van Halen, but it was just funny. Oh, Many Angels, my shirt? Oh, I don't even remember. I think I ordered it at Amazon or something. I just have to look, but I just don't want to take it off right now. So I would just have to check. I should probably ask the company, you know, to have like you know, getting a sponsoring going or something. But damn, I forgot the name of the company. There's one company on Amazon which does amazing cloth, I think, like amazing t-shirts. I actually got all my t-shirts from them. Can't remember it right now. Maybe you can read the sign from here. See, I already started sweating. Nothing happened yet. Can I read this? Oh no. I just have to find it out. Hey, Robert. Many Angels, yes, actually I got some merch going. I'm still in the process of setting up, you know, my Twitch store, but I think it may be a little bit too early for Merc stuff because, you know, it's not like I'm Hans Zimmer or some, you know, kind of like famous person or something. But I definitely have some stuff up and running. I actually got a mock going on my store, and I definitely have to do something with my you know, on a stream elements. I have to set up my Merc that you can get it like from the Twitch store below here. And I think I just have to reach, I'm not really sure, but I think I have to reach 10,000 followers on YouTube. So I'm really close to that. So during the last days, it was really amazing. And I have to thank you guys for this. I probably gained like over 50 followers during the last 24 hours because of that, you know, getting into video games music video. That was really amazing. Usually it's like, you know, something like in between 5 to 20 followers. Sometimes, especially when I posted my, you know, my video game video about that, you know, like my playing on Warzone, Modern Warfare, I had like 20 people leaving my channel, just getting away. But when I posted that video, I had like 50, 60 people coming in. That was really amazing. So by the way, if you're looking for a great logo designer, just make sure to contact Sam Hales or DoseProd. He just did the logo, he designed it. Yeah, regarding the background music, I have to say kudos to Harris Heller. It's one of his albums. If you make sure to, if you want to check this out, it's actually a great album because it's free. It's all his music that he's putting out is free. You can download it or get it on Apple Music. Not downloading, streaming, I mean, on Spotify, which I'm currently doing right now. And he has this method, this strategy, since we are, you know, like also talking sometimes about the music business. He's actually releasing his music for free. I mean, let's say not free. Of course, you have to buy for it when you buy it on Apple Music or other platforms. But it's claim-free. That's a great thing, especially for YouTubers and streamers on Twitch. Who just need a little bit of background music going. You don't get into any trouble with it, and that's makes it that popular that probably Harris can, you know, make quite a little bit of a fortune from, you know, actually Spotify, where you basically need like 230 streams to just make $1. But I think at this amount, I'm not really sure how exactly the distribution is going on, but it's probably, yeah, profitable. Plus, besides that, I just like the music, you know. You can't do that with trailer music, games music. Imagine the channel would start off, you know, like the stream would start off, and then suddenly you have like trailer music going on, blasting out the speakers. So, hey, DJ Adam. So let's turn out the music for a moment here and let's just head over to my screen. And today we are going to take a look. We're going to explore Ethera Gold. We did a review already. We did kind of not a review, but an exploring video. And they have an update. And I just made sure everything works okay, that I installed the snapshots and everything. And yeah, so there is a lot of new stuff going on. And before I forget it, we have a giveaway going too. So I just want to share that. So you can win Ethera Gold. So let me just share the link right in the channel here. Should be visible to everyone. Okay, So let's have a look at this. So to be honest, I didn't really, experiment that much because I just wanted to have the surprise moment and everything. I wanted to share that with you guys. So I just loaded the first patch that is in here. There's a lot going on here. So you won't probably see it right in the first what is new and what not. But it will become obvious when you look at these folders here, after you install the snapshots. So just in case you got this library and you installed it or you unzipped it, and you definitely have to install the snapshots because these give you like the entire oversight over what has been done before. So you see like the 1.0 stuff, 2.0 and the 2.5 stuff. This is the new update. So let's just simply go through a few of these before we get into, setting up individual stuff here. So let's listen to a bit here. Oh, Stefano, there he is, the master himself. Of course, you have to hit that in timing, but I just... So it can automatically come up with some cool stuff. So as far as I can see, the mod wheel is connected to a cutoff filter, and probably more. And it's just one patch, so you have like 3 layers. I'm not really sure how familiar you are with the engine. So basically, you have on these synth patches, at least, you have like 3 layers. You have a lot of control. Actually, I want to do it a little bit different today because I don't want to get through like every single patch and spend like 2 hours with just showing. And this is this sound, and this is this sound, and this is this snapshot. So we just want to make a little bit of music and composing something. I just have to make up my mind. What are we about to do? So but for now, let's check out a few of these patches here from the core synths. So we have ARPs. We have a lot of ARPs in here. Italian mandolin. And of course, this is not the only thing here. You have a lot of stuff on here, stuff going on below here. So you can set up, step sequencer, all these different things. You have sound control, effects, filters, arpeggiators, and all these things. And stuff like this is always great, for example, when you do like a film scene, something. So you need something Italian-like or something. I mean, just, I just had to think because I just almost shared a little bit of something I have worked on and I can't say anything. I just have to be really careful. So. So this is really great for supporting strings, definitely. Let's check out ukulele here. And let's quickly go over here and... So I think this is probably already connected to the... So you can create some really interesting stuff. And I mean, if you think about this, these are like the core synth patches. This is just one folder we just went through. So you have drones, you have ethereal, you have guitar, traditional GTR is probably guitar, and pitched. And this is just, you know, this is just a core synth. So this is absolutely amazing. And just in case, if you're not, you know, if you haven't won anything, or if you, I mean, you have to wait two weeks until you know that you've won something. Storm Physics, thank you so much for subscribing for 3 months. Thank you so much. So until you know that you have won something, you probably would have to wait 2 weeks if you don't want to wait that long. I just quickly wanted to mention, we have a look at the website later on, but I think the library all in all is like something around like $110, so it's definitely a no-brainer. And as far as I know, the update, Stefano, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you said the update is something like $14 or $15 for people who already own 2.0. So this is like a steal. So let's check out some drones here. Cyber drone, right? And yes, I mean, you know, the library has been advertised with the faces of Clara and Daniele, so it's obviously about vocals. So all this stuff we're testing right now is just, let's say, without sounding negative, but it's just additional stuff to the vocals itself. And okay, glad. So I think, yeah, probably you said like 14 euros or something, right? I think we should write something, you know, like in the style of maybe like something modern warfare-ish or something that we have, because that would work pretty well with ethnic vocals, you know, like vocal lines. And yeah, we will see. Let's find some inspiration here by looking through that. So we have drones. Let's check out another drone. Of course, we have to check out the Epic drone. Very cool stuff. I mean, this is also, I have to say, so many people like, you know, I don't need another synth. I have Omnisphere. But it's like, you know, I have one t-shirt. I don't need another one. Sometimes you need 5 t-shirts. Let's check out. Oh, we just have to check out one of these guitar drones here. Really curious about this. Well, I probably wasn't. Oh, right, I didn't hit hard enough, so. That's some cool stuff. So let's quickly move on. I mean, not quickly because I don't want to get through all the sounds, but I just want to get into, you know, a little bit of composition mode and just fool around with all these sounds here. Ethereal texture. Wade Smith, thanks so much for following. I'm not really sure what's wrong with my TH tonight. Okay, let's move on here. Of course, we have to check out guitar and traditional. So let's amply distort it, of course. So I'm really happy actually that guitar is having... Brian, thanks so much for following. That guitar is having such a, you know, let's say like a comeback. And I think because of Ludwig Göransson's soundtrack Tenet, and I mean, it's not because of him. I mean, I'm not sure, but there is a lot of guitar. I heard a lot of processed guitar inside that track. And of course, Hans Zimmer with Inception kind of brought like back this kind of dirty guitar. At least this is how I feel like. So if you just head over to the effects rack and you just fool around with a little bit of delay, there's already some... It's all like at ninth chords. It's always good for doing that. Yeah, it's kind of a... That's right. Just have to... Hey, Matthew, the world never has too much guitars. It's kind of like a little bit sad that guitar is... You have to be really careful about when you use guitar, especially when you use distorted guitar. If it's too... I mean, if it's like, let's say like 80%, it sounds metal. What most of us probably would go for distorted guitars. If it's like really subtle like this, it sounds really modern. And if you have like 100% over-processed guitar and also quantized, not just so that you really quantize the playing and everything, it starts to sound good again, especially when you mix it with synth. You can get some really great results. Okay, so what else do we have here? Let's check out one more. Oh, let's check out the muted. So you could, of course, start within different sample times, and so you can really mess up the entire arpeggio just in case if you want some kind of weird effects. Hey Dirk, how are you? Moin. Yeah, I can't finger pluck like Eddie, of course not. But I probably shouldn't say this, but I once played Eruption in guitar lesson when I was with my teacher. When I took guitar lessons, I wanted to say. But that's like, I totally don't remember anything, just a few tapping parts or something, but that's it. Yeah. So, let's check out some pitched material here. Oh, packing! I know what that means. That's cool. Never heard this before, so definitely useful. I was ironic. I mean, it sounds really great, but it's like this like an endless amount of a toolbox. You know, it's like this welcome to this toolbox of infinity. It sounds great. I want 2 of that. Something like this. Okay, so let's move over to the action synth, and I will probably feature more of the instruments later when we start composing. I just quickly wanted to go through all the instruments and come up with something. Maybe we, if we are not getting finished, because we also want to do a little bit of a track review tonight. So I already got like 5 tracks in here, and we want to do that. It's long overdue. I definitely have to do this. So we may take, like another 2 or 3 sessions, and then I will. Actually, I wanted to do this afternoon, but I didn't have time to record a new YouTube video, which is basically like a summary of the track we composed when we were, or when we talked about when we explored Oceania 2. So multi-layers, complex, hybrid, of course. Which one? Layer 7. So to be honest, this was something I would have loved during, let's say, I was working on, it was Sacred 2. I was writing, the music for, I forgot it, Sacred 2 or Sacred 3? Fallen Angel was Sacred 1, right? So I wrote music for Sacred 2. I just have to look. I just have to quickly check out the, so it's a video game, right? And I just have to check if I did the game, if I worked on the game, or if it was Sacred 3, but I think it was Sacred 2. That's kind of embarrassing. It has been too many game projects. But anyway, what I was trying to say is that back then, the developer didn't want to have orchestral instruments. They were kind of like, not sick or fed up, but they wanted to do something different, because if there was an RPG going on, it was all just orchestra. Lord of the Rings, like heavy horns, huge ensemble sections, huge sections, orchestral sections. And they wanted to do something completely different. And they said, we want to have organic synth. And this is, why I'm coming back. So I think still a lot of people, or a lot of producers, clients, don't always want to have it sound like synth in the sense of synthetic. They want organic synth, and this is exactly where this comes into play. So sorry for the long curve. This kind of bugs me. I just have to check this out for a second here. So I don't even, Sacred 3 soundtrack. No, actually, I did the music for Sacred 2. Yes, but so if you're curious, you probably like the entire music. Yes, right. So it was Sacred 2, Fallen Angel, right. And yes, and there is, I wrote probably like 80 minutes of music. I think 80 minutes or something for that game. Anyway, but this was all about, live, organic sounding synth. And this is exactly what I would love to have back then. Okay, so, wow. So we have, it's Bell's ARP. Oh, these are the layers, sorry, right. So you probably know that you can change, that these presets we have up here are basically just custom presets, or, presets of these individual layers adjusted with these, all these settings here. So you can exchange and do whatever you want. So let's check some more of these. Let's check simplex hybrid. We check complex hybrid. Let's check something percussive. This is really all that stuff that you need to bring something alive. I totally would have loved to have something like a library like this back then. And of course, still today when you work on games, but it always, of course, depends what style the game should be in. Clock patches are always... Okay, let me just post the giveaway link once again. Here you go. Yeah, right, Robert. I'm basically the same. I most of the time start from a preset, and then if I like it, I start tweaking it. So just in case, if you really have to, create a decent amount of music in a short amount of time, it's always a little bit of a time saver to at least start with some preset and then change it. Okay, so let's check out some of these singulators here. Organic. Let's check out one of these patches, then move on. You can get some really great stuff done. So I'm just because I'm not the manual reading guy, so I'm just not sure if it's what the difference is between the synth 1 and the synth 2. So it's probably okay. So I think this is like the, how do you say, like the predecessor, the previous version. Then there was synth 2, and then there's the upgrade. So I think all that is incorporated in that, but you still have access, which makes a lot of sense because sometimes it happens that a developer releases a new library or an update, and of course your previous patches are gone because they tell you to delete the previous library, and then you have to install the update, and all the patches are completely different. Wade Smith, thanks so much for subscribing. Thank you so much. Oh, V1 has 3 layers and V2 has 4 layers. There you got it. So, so we have action reverse. So we got all these. Hey, Spectral Atmosphere. Yeah, that's right, Robert. I mean, this is like it has become a luxury that you can probably research sounds for a project, sitting like for 3 or 4 or 5 days and just getting some sound design done and eventually creating patches from that and then start working. So I'm always happy when you have stuff like this, because you would need probably a few days to get kind of like a huge variety of these patches done. So reverse patch is always cool. Okay, so we got audio import. I think I don't want to get into this because this would mean that we probably can import our own audio stuff. And then, but let's just, or maybe I'm just talking bullshit and it's importing these audio. It's probably more the engine. Is it time mod free? No. Okay, so right, so it's a mixture. You have layer 1 and 2 for these, all these patches. See, this is the cool thing. This is like a scroll thing. So you can just scroll down forever and have all these things here, all these sounds. And you can probably use, I think I don't want to get into that right now, so that you can import stuff on your own and then use it in combination with the other 2 layers here. I think I'm really curious about getting into that next patch. Now that looks really amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing. I already, had this effect on the 2.0 version, and that the legato sounds absolutely amazing. What I really love is when you that you have oh wait. Like all these little ornaments in there. I absolutely don't like it if it has been recorded like absolutely straight, and then just like there is legato going on and then another straight note, that there is so much color in here. And also the little release at the end. It's actually not a release, but it's at the end of the phrase. So, but there is nothing, weirder when the phrase or when the sound just ends. Like that little, I can't do it right now, but sometimes I get it. But that kind of zombie effect, like that. I mean, like the song, of course, in your head and so on. If you can see here, let me just check this. This is probably controlling, right. So this is controlling these patches up here. So let's load the O's. Wow, thanks for gifting a sub. To be honest, this is the first time this happened on my channel. That somebody gifted a tier 1 sub, or you gifted it to Restream Bot. Do I have to do anything with that? I'm absolutely clueless. This is the first time that it happened, so. So thank you so much. So let's check out the R's. It sounds, this is just killer. So if you close your eyes and you don't know it's a sample library, I mean, at some point you probably, but no. You know, to be honest, I can't play any themes of whatever. I think we already heard the E. So let's... Oh, there is something. Sorry, Clara. Wait, Smith, thanks so much. I mean, that's like a hardcore range. I'm totally blown away by the vocals. And of course, I mean, Clara is like a top-notch professional singer. I mean, what do you expect? This just... Oops. Okay, so I mean, just have to figure out, because it makes sense that some intervals don't make sense. So we have ooh. So it's even velocity sensitive as far as I... If you hit the legato next interval low, seems to be just a jump, you know, like a soft legato jump from one note to the other. And if you press hard, you get this little Schlenker. I just know the German word. So that little slide. Okay, so I mean, I could listen to Clara all night. You know, we could just play through these patches again and again and over again. But I just want to move on to Daniele, and this is the male. You know, the 50% of the other vocal part. So let's listen to him here. It's really amazing, and I think it's the right, how do you say, like the right portion of vibrato, that the notes are kind of starting. There's a little bit of not guttural vocal things in the background, but like a little bit of more tension and it's really great, and it's really hard to sing like this. Really awesome. So I wish there would be more like other syllables too, but it totally sounds good. So we still have the phrases. Let's hop over to the phrases here and check these out. So you can see below here that it is kind of look at this. So and you can even scroll it. So you have all kinds of different categories. Ethereal, we have ethnic, we have modern, we have angelic, dark battle, epic battle, gladiator, soul. So this is a lot. And of course you have to limit this to specific keys. But of course you can use, you know, like maybe not too much of the tune, but it makes sense that it is limited to keys, of course, because it's phrases. And you have a breathing breath on the release. This is cool. Of course, it depends on the production. Sometimes it's better to cut the breathing away, that you just have these phrases going. It always depends. Sometimes when you have a little bit of more driving soundtrack, it makes total sense to just leave the breathings in there, because it just, you know, it just adds up to the pace and the speed. So let's check out. Oh, so we get, okay, so we have, so these are the patches from, because some of these sounded familiar, because I checked it out before, so now I'm seeing this. This is the upgrade here. So we got some more phrases going on in the Viking style, and we have the Ethera section 2.0. Let's check these Viking patches here first. No, something I didn't. No, let me just. Let's love that. Full of passion. I can imagine her recording in the booth, you know, like. This is really amazing. Oops, I just wanted to. And we still have to find, it's probably key switches below here. So let's. Okay, so we get like the drones in. I remember that. That was. I think I had an earworm. How do you say, like a hook line or an earworm from that phrase? I think it haunted, not positively, in a positive sense, haunted me for days. Oh, so we have hits here. Okay, so this is like, let me just look down the octave. No. So this is like really amazing. I mean, it's like well structured and well thought out. It's not just, you know, hey, we have vocal phrases, because most of the time you would start with a track by using these. I like this. Oh, there's nothing here. Like this. Omatic Dream, yeah, vocals like this always need a compressor, and it certainly depends on what you're working on. So you have to decide what you're working on and what the purpose is. So if this is like an atmospheric or kind of like a let's say like a typical Zimmer setup, Hans Zimmer setup, so like Gladiator sound. Let's check out these patches again here. It always depends. It always depends, I would say, if you need a compressor. I think the more stuff is going on, the more compressor you would probably need, because you want to make it cut through the orchestra, so there is nothing like that stings out when you just have to bring it up really high. Okay, we can. Let me just find a very dynamic phrase. So basically, Chris, a compressor is basically nothing else that is just lifting up a little bit of the subtle parts by, I mean, it happens because a lot of the high dynamics will be kind of like compressed down, and therefore you have the feeling like that the lower parts will come up. It literally compresses the signal. And let me just find some. I'm really sorry that I'm rushing through the. Let's take Dark Battle. Let's have Epic. I just want some patch that is a little bit more, where is a little bit more dynamic going on. I hope that these patches, Modern Ethnic, will be used in a lot of pop songs. I remember one, it's like not really one of my favorite singers, Sam Smith. He's really amazing, but there is something I know, it's no. But there is one song, there is like a something like a ethnic vocal in the background going on. This would perfectly fit into that. Let me just check out some of these Viking patches here, because yeah, we got. Okay, so let's do it with this. Let's load a compressor here. Let's quickly load the virtual mix rack. Let's slam it on here. And let's load some distressor. So set it to a high ratio. This is, and lower the input a little bit. So you can play around. I mean, basically what it does, that it just compresses the signal because it's a compressor. And you can set the attack rate. How quickly the compressor is reacting. So this is sometimes a problem that people set it up, you know, too low. So you get that typical pumping effect. And so you want to set it in the middle somewhere. And the release. So you see that when the release takes for a longer time, this is the time the compressor can react again to the next signal. So this is also creating some kind of pumping effect. So you want to put it and then raise the output so you get a little bit more of. So you can, if I turn it off. So you have a way more balanced dynamic going on, and compressors, I think, are very important. I think I put on everything compressor because I want to be able to balance all the instruments. And I understand purists when they say when they say they don't want compressor on anything, they hardly master their orchestral tracks. And sometimes I listen to this and I think, yes, of course, you don't process the audio, but if you want to have like a little bit of an impact going, at some point you have to compress or at least limit your music. Because if there is like a, you know, this is sometimes what happens when you have like gramophone records, like the old orchestral recordings, there is hardly any processing going on. And it's when you listen to this in a car, it's really like this. You don't hear anything, you turn, oh, there it is. And then suddenly you have like a Mahler hammer coming in or some heavy trombones. And it's like, you just go crazy while driving. So I think at least some dynamics have to go on these recordings. But of course, when you listen to these Deutsche Grammophon recordings, they are just, you know, really for purists. When you sit in in like a very expensive listening room with like a $50,000 stereo. So, but whatever. So I hope that makes sense what I was just babbling about compressors. So you hear nothing. So let me just get through that, because I think you definitely hear the pumping, what I'm talking about. Let me just quickly move that up or bring that up again. So let me just put it on a very extreme level. Let me put the ratio up to like 20 or something. Let's put it to nuke. Let's set it to a real extreme level so you can hear what's going on. Do you hear how the reverb is coming up? Because this is the lowest signal of the entire recording, the reverb, the tail. So if I... So you hear like how the reverb is coming up and everything is being pushed down. I don't know if you remember the song. Was it? It was called, I think it was called Bitch. the song "I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, and I sing around and saying and so on." So that's like the chorus and fast forward. And right before the chorus, there is a guitar slide coming in and a drum fill. And if you listen to that track on the radio, you hear like a absolutely powerful, epic guitar slide. And then the drums kick in with the snares and the cymbals and all that, and all the dynamic of the track. And you don't hear guitar anymore. It's completely gone. And that sounds really strange. I can't play stuff here because I don't want to get into like a copyright claim. Because as soon as you play stuff, to be honest, it became really nasty. I even know people that were streaming on Facebook, and they were receiving copyright claims of their own music that hasn't been registered. So I want to stay out of this. Let me just find the title. Bitch, lover, sinner, saint. Who was the artist? Meredith Brooks. If you can't check out this track, listen to it for yourself. And there is like one guitar slide before the chorus, and put a lot of compressor on it, and you will probably realize what I'm talking about. Okay, let me just read a little bit through the comments here. Butt Knuckle, I'm using compressor limiter everything on the master and also on the instruments. I use it everywhere. It's always a question how much you use it. The art, I think, I'm not like the perfect mixer or mastering engineer, of course not. But I think the art of using a compressor is by using it that subtle that you just kind of tame the instrument a little bit when it comes to dynamics, because especially when you work in the hybrid sector, when you have orchestra going on a rock band, you just have to compress the shit out of everything and then balance it. And that's when it starts to sound, like baked or toasted together. If you just leave the guitar and the drums uncompressed, but also the orchestra, it becomes like a big chaos of just up and down moving dynamic things. So you really have to tame this. Okay, so let's listen to a few more of these phrases. I'm sorry that we had to interrupt. Let's load this one here. Just one quick little word when it comes to compressors. I think where a lot of aspiring composers go wrong is that they use compressors, but just on the master bus on the entire track. And then they realize they are not that epic as their favorite two steps from Hell record or epic score or, position music. And then they cram it up and try to get as loud as this music. And then they suddenly start, or probably they spend so much time and get that desperate. I mean, I was at the same stage, but they're getting that desperate that they start cramming it up and more and more and more. And your ears getting more, experiencing more fatigue. And suddenly you have a track that is either pumping or completely sounding distorted. And this usually happens when they try to match or mimic the sound of their favorite trailer tracks. But what is the important thing is that when you mix, that you clean up your tracks, that you EQ them right, that you take out unnecessary frequencies, that you compress each of these elements, and then at the end use summing compressor and then limit them the right way. This is where it starts to sound epic, when you just clean up everything. You always have to remember or imagine a storage room, and you put like boxes in there and you just slam them in there, and some boxes, the lid goes off and then you have like a broom sticking out or some kind of a hockey bat, whatever. It takes away space. So if you just throw in stuff in there, you get like a big chaos. But if you start cleaning it up again, you can you know, sort all of these boxes tidied and clean in that storage room, and you can bring in more boxes. So this you can compare. The more boxes you can get in there, the louder your track can get without sounding distorted or pumping. So sorry, I was drifting up, but I think Asylum Studios, we're still here for a little bit. So please, let's have some. So I believe that these colors right here are used to bring a little bit of, you know, put these vocal licks into categories. So they all belong some sort of the same category here. It's also an absolutely perfect example for writing sense-making melodies. So listen to this again. It's like always like a question and answer thing going on. Okay, so you're like da, 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 da. So it's like a pattern. It consists of a pattern, and then it's basically the same pattern but different notes. And the same pattern again, but with a little bit more variation. And the phrase is done. So it's always like a question and answer game. And this is also important when you are writing music, because there are so many themes you hear and it's just some melody thrown on the track with some horns and moving for like 1 minute. And I'm like, where do you want to go? What do you want to tell with this? You know, if you tell a joke, there has to be like a clue at the end of the joke that you start laughing. I mean, not that you should create a melody where you laugh about, but I think you get the comparison that you create a sense-making pattern that your brain is understanding. And that's why some music, is more well received or better received than other music. Okay, English phrases. Let's check these.
I pray, I pray, I pray for you.
It's amazing. But I think these have been patches, I think, from the 2.0 release. So let's check more from the... Let's go to the Ethnic Fantasy here. G minor, 125. Okay. Oh, we got some patches here. Just have to look at... Okay, so this is the lowest note. Okay, so you get inspired by that. So you get the sense-making pattern again. So this is very great to find inspiration also for not just a great vocal and synth and toolbox and whatever all. You also get, you know, educated a lot about music patterns. So let's check out the vocal phrases by Daniele. I love the pictures, by the way. This is really... You know, this is, you want to open this and then you feel like this, oh, this energy is coming along, and then you start composing, using it in your tracks. I really love it. Imagine it from like 5 years from now, there will probably be a video going on, you know. Move up a little bit here. Really amazing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just reading that, yes, we will hear this in movies and TV shows. You know, there's a very great trick, and we will probably can go to this in a little bit of a different session. You are aware that you can, when you have your track ready, or when you have, let's say, the concept written that you don't want to tweak any vocal samples, you can render this to audio and put it into Melodyne. And if you change notes, even though it's just... I mean, if you change the last note, da, 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 everybody will probably, every composer, of course, I mean, nobody gives a fuck. I mean, just of the normal listeners. I mean, there are people out there who wouldn't even give a fuck when there would be techno in Lord of the Rings. I mean, it's just like Gandalf's like, into battle, and so, no, a lot of people probably wouldn't care. But I mean, if a composer would listen to a vocal phrase and suddenly they hear that something is different, you know, you are automatically more unique to let's say all the listeners and the movie watchers out there, movie viewers. So you can always, I did that sometimes, that on older phrases that they were a little bit worn out, but I just wanted to use exactly this, that I just, you know, rendered this to audio and applied Melodyne and changed a few notes, because the algorithm of Melodyne is that good that you can change a few notes, maybe like a whole note up to like a third or something, and totally be unique. You always, I think, the best you can do is always be unique and have as much custom going on as possible. And it can be so easily achieved. I mean, there will be probably a lot of lazy guys and just, you know, hitting one note and that's it. So if you just spend a little bit more energy in all these things, you can pretty much tweak something that it sounds a little bit more individual. Oh my god, so much stuff here. Let's load some of the chants here. Remco, yeah, you sampled that. Yeah, let me know when you have something to show. I'm really interested in that. Man, so many patches here. So I would love to. But I feel like at least starting on some kind of a track and that we just work on something by also using a bit of other libraries. But let's check the sustains here. So I mean, would probably use these tools or these programs just as tools if you just want a little bit of a, it always helps a lot when you put when you load something like a let's say, I mean, this is just a sustain patch that is repeating, but it always helps a lot when you have a trailer track or something going on and you need a little bit of dance making, or how do you say, like some sound material in there that kind of like spices up the track a little bit without, creating too much attention. I mean, if you have a string pad going on or a big orchestral, setup, and you put these like simple block chords in the background, it does so much by adding to the track. And so many people do this. They don't care. Sometimes, I mean, you hear like a fairly complex orchestral arrangement going on, but then there are like 10 tracks in the background. One is like a synth patch, like a Vangelis horn-like synth patch. Then you have a choir patch going on. It doesn't have to sound expensive or anything. It's just like sustain vocals. Then you have, maybe like another synth going on that kind of adds up to the Vangelis horn-like patch. So there is a lot of filling material in there with just holding block chords, and it adds so much epicness to a track. Sometimes it's more than the orchestra, than the orchestra setup. But you can kind of fake it. That you think that the epicness comes from the orchestra, which is then actually not true. Oh, I like these sustain patches. These are like little chants. Okay, so this processed, but I think he doesn't sound that. But I really love it. Oh, it's BPM synced. That's really cool. So if you can't hear the click right now, but that is really amazing. That is really cool. So let's move on. We don't have any other. So we have, of course, the effects engine and everything. But you should be familiar. We don't have to go through distortion and everything. I would be rather looking forward to start writing something. So let's check out the scripted legato. I would use these patches. I think I mentioned this on the 2.0 update. I mean, nothing compared to the recorded legato, but this is something to artificially, support some kind of another instrument. For example, imagine you have a cello or an oboe or a clarinet going on, and then you have like a clarinet, and then you have Clara in the background to that clarinet, and just yeah, I mean, if Asylum Studios, if you mentioned that the Strings of Winter beats and probably also the Horns of Hell, the low war things, they would work really well with that too. But I just mainly want to if stick to that library here, and not mess up the presentation. But that's true. I mean, you just have to be creative. You just, if you find all these things, I would try to always think outside the box. Even I wouldn't be afraid to just process all these things that they don't sound like vocals anymore. That you put like, for example, like a chopping effect or a filter plugin on top that you can totally mangle it up. Okay, these are like more ad-lib stuff. Yeah. I mean, put tons of reverb on these things, like 10 seconds or something. Or maybe use Black Hole or something, or what is it called? Not Black Hole. Let's quickly do this for a second. Do I have it installed? It's not Valhalla. Oh, Supermassive, right. So let's just quickly throw that on top here. I mean, it's a plugin. We can do that. Let's see how this... So we have some more. Let's do some special effects stuff here. The Void. No, these patches are not mono. I just tend to listen to just one sound because I just want to listen to this individually. So I'm not just want to, just fool around like a keyboard player or something. Yeah, but this sounds really... So you can come up with some cool stuff, put like a chopping thing on top. You can come up with some really cool patches. There is also, I think, like a freeze. I think it's in Valhalla Shimmer. There's some kind of a freeze algorithm. There's also another plugin I just wanted to check out, but totally forgot about, where you can freeze the reverb pretty easily. So let's check out. Oh, what do we have here? So we got. Oh, I totally forgot to show these snapshots here. I'm sorry, I just have to turn this Valhalla thing off. Okay, it's round robin. so much stuff in there. I just already wanted to start composing. Now we are live for like 1 hour and 30 and just listen to the sound. I knew this would happen. Damn you, Stefano. Why do you make this library so big? And the funny thing is it doesn't even look like that big. You know, just open it and think, okay, it's like 15, 20 patches. And then you realize, okay, one of these patches, I mean, this is like one of the fairly smaller patches, but if you listen to the action synth and you open this menu here, you have another like 50 or 100 presets. Oh, reverse. Come on, really? So you get all these patches going on again. Oh yes, I loved Everhold. Hi, I loved the Book of Eli soundtrack. Atticus Ross was one of my favorite soundtracks. Was absolutely amazing. This is actually the first time where I really heard this pulsing going on. There's like a synth patch and which is nya, 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 and always like a back, like a reverse pulse or something going on. And then with all these weird instruments, was really amazing. Now we don't compose some typical Era or Enigma stuff. It's enough that I'm working for Frank Peterson. I don't need to play some Enigma. Just kidding. No, we will try something that goes a little bit probably more into the direction of like modern warfare, like having like a threatening setup going on, like pulsing danger and something like this, and having a little bit of that mix of some ethereal stuff going on. So I don't want to be typical. Okay, so we have a vocal synth going on here. Oh my god! So, okay, this is really amazing, man. This. This is like so much. This is absolutely amazing. Just when you think 2.0 was amazing, there comes 2.5. You can also put like guitar on top and you get like this typical Mandy soundtrack. Such a great soundtrack. Oh no, I can't simply load the next patch. Let me just check out some gatebox here. Check out another one of these pulsing. Man, I just have to go on. Just want to make you a little bit. And then we wanted to review a few tracks. Man, this is like... Okay. Love this one. So imagine you have like an introduction of like a war, like a battle track or something. You have these huge hits on top, and then you have like a maybe like a soft bram or something, so or like a trombone hit, and then you put these beneath with lots of reverb. It totally changes the sound. So I also like that they recorded closed mic and really without reverb anything. And last but not least, we have, oh please, please. Okay, so we have some more stuff in here. The fab folder, exactly. Okay, let's quickly load. So we have the scripted legato. I already have an idea. We're probably going to use this with like a cello melody or something, and then using stuff like these sounds on top. But right now, I'm really sorry, but I just have to quickly go to the restroom. I will be right back. Okay, here we are again. Let me just read the chat a little bit. And then we have to get into composing a little bit, at least starting with a track. And then probably, I'm not really sure if I make it tomorrow, depending on my workload, depending on some calls from producers. So it's currently quiet, which is a good thing. But I'm always happy that I learned to have my phone muted, not because of the live stream, of course, but also, you know, because I remember one night when I was arranging a track and it was really urgent, and I was receiving calls up in the morning at 9. So I was working literally through the entire night. And then in the morning at like 8:30 or 9, I was delivering the final files. And I remember back then I had to work, parallel on the orchestration and the arrangement. And then I was receiving calls, hey, could you just shorten the trumpets? And then you also had to do this for the orchestral score, because you had to finish both at the same time. So I could just print it out and send it to the orchestrator back then. That was like crazy. Okay. So I would say let's get a little bit into composing, at least starting a little bit, creating a pulse, because I just want to spend some time listening to your guys' tracks. So I would say I would start somewhere with the action synth, of course. We just have to find some inspiration. We're just starting with something, and then we just no chorus and the action synth. Let's see what we're doing. So probably need a little bit of time. I think we should just start with something. We don't overthink it. So let's just build one phrase. So maybe just use... Okay, something like this. And let's load another instance here. I mean, okay, it's the same thing. So let's load some of the other. Just try to build the basic pulse here. Just have to find out what are we doing here. Oh, here we are. No, just have to fool around a little bit. Just have to save the session first. Oops. Probably don't have my favorite, so we just want to come up with I still need to install it. Let's load. Let's do something like this. So we get kind of a little bit of an just need some hard-hitting bass. Probably I should use... Let's use some of these percussive things here. Maybe as a second later, a second bar later in the track. Okay, let's use this bit here. Oh, get the master. But let's use like a real hardcore synth below all this. Because I quickly wanted to feature the unfinished Matt Baudler. If I pronounced the name right, he did an amazing set. It's called Substrata for Repro 1. No clip mix. Thanks for following. And also Eden Scorpio 26. Thank you so much for following. I think I want to... But without the delay. I don't want the effect. I don't want the delay. Klangmann, thanks so much for following. Yep, I think I like this. And then we will use... I already can hear that using Daniele with a cello as a lead melody. Okay. Let's use some Araya strings here, cello. Let's start with something. Okay, let's do... Let's move these down to A. This one up. Down. Percussion. To low, up. Should actually start here. Let's play this again. And the cello needs some more crunch. We definitely need... Let's load the original mix track right here. We need more crunch. No. More dirt. Maybe we have to use two of them. We have to set it to minus 124. Yes, I want to have it as sturdy as possible. I nothing clean. I'm imagining something like currently like a, you know, like this loadout screen of Modern Warfare or, you know, Battlefield or whatever. I mean, Battlefield, it's more a little bit, Battlefield 5 is more a little bit into that traditional orchestral section where they point out that war is really terrible, what it is. But there's nothing cool about it. There's this like completely melancholic, sentimental, classical music. It's absolutely amazing. When you play this, it kind of makes you want to stop playing it because it's so depressing actually for listening to this. But we want to have something rough, dirty, you know, special forces, something. So there is nothing beautiful about this. Okay, wrong note, of course. Alex, 4 notes. Okay, so I think I will go with, let me just quickly share the giveaway. So for everyone who entered a little bit later. Oh yes, Decapitator is a good idea. I will probably use this. Let's put that on the cello so we can get some really... Let's leave the other stuff on there, so... I don't want to. Something like this. And maybe we turn down the tempo a little bit. Have to change a bass note here. Just have to fool around a little bit. Sakari, thanks for following. Sorry. Oh, cool. We have a tritone here. That's good. I like that. Just have to bring in some chords maybe later to make it more obvious. And let's put Daniele in the background. Let's see how that sounds with a cello. This is exactly what I want. Maybe let's copy all that. Come on. It kind of like there is... Okay, I just have to put a filter on the repro real quick. Stop the cello here too, and we just have like a soft bram coming in. Just probably have to use a little bit of where are you? Oh, tonal effects, right. Oh, I think I like this one. And put Valhalla on top. Yup. I actually wanted to have it on this spot here. So Okay, so we want to check out the Brahms. Probably I missed them. Yes, I'm in the zone again. So he said in the core synth, so we have to check this out definitely. Oh, here. No. Oh, here. Hybrid Brahms. I just want to have it a little bit more subtle. Oh, let's do the following. Let's do this. Let's get rid of this one here and do... So maybe I can set... I just have to find this. That my pitch wheel... I'm not really sure if I can control this in here, but if my pitch wheel just goes up for like, not like a full octave, but so I don't want to have it going up a full octave. I just want to have it maybe like a semitone or something. Just have to see if I can control this from here, or if I probably have to go in deeply into the contact. Say version 1 trailer kit. Oh, here. Yes, baby. One, two, four, five. Right. I like the 2. Bram 1. Okay, I just have to use the pitch wheel, but very subtle, so it doesn't go up full. But I think I liked the yum, 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 yum. This one. So let's use this one here. Just want to really have it. Come on, Studio One. Okay, like this. Just have to get used to this. Okay, I have to. Like this. And then we can repeat this part here. Let's copy that from here to introduce that twice. And let's copy this and use another one here. Oh, no modulation. And we change D. Sometimes it's so funny because two, you know, like a minor third. I mean, from the root note, like a minor ninth, like a step and a whole step sometimes sound good. Let's make it more obvious by no. We do the same with Daniele. Oh, no pitching. Well, maybe it sounds good like it is. No, perfect. That's enough. We have a little bit of a glitch going on. Hey, Jess dude. If you are allowed to use the Brahms once in your lifetime, use it well. I would be dead by a long time now. Hey Barbie, let me quickly share the giveaway again. This is how it works today. As long as we're streaming to both platforms, well, I think it's the best, to distribute it like this, rather than having it, for the Twitch people, because 51 people right now would not be really amazed if I would just give it out to the Twitch people right now. Sorry, what I tried to say, 51 of the YouTube people wouldn't be too amused if I would just hand it to the Twitch people. That's how I want to say. What kind of chair I'm using? It's kind of a gaming chair. It's one of these, the DX Racer. It's not really like, it's like an average priced gaming chair, but I really like it. I don't even remember exactly which model it is exactly. So we can go on and put all that fiddle. Maybe let's do another layer. I think we have a good starting point. We will definitely continue composing this, but you guys submitted tracks. So I think we just add a little bit of some action stuff here for the next part. And then we have a listen to what you guys sent me. So I probably want to have gating and rising sounds good. Let's check out. No. Bringing out traditional. No, maybe. I don't know. Traditional. No. Let's check out the action synth again. Let's see what we find here. Multi-layers. Oh yeah, we had so much stuff going on here with no drums. I just want something acoustic. Hybrid. Let's check out some hybrid multis. Yeah, I think we should probably go with something like ARPs. Isn't that cool? I get like an exclusive guidance by Stefano himself while I'm composing a piece of music. This is awesome. So I hope I loaded the right one. Yes. Let's check out some ARPs here. So we could... Okay, so we have some mallets, synth, hybrids. And let's check this. Yep. Let's do the following. Let's use this patch and let's put a shitload of shimmer on it. And let's not trigger it all the time because I don't want to get it too annoying, but more... Just have to listen to the beginning. Hey bro, Daniel, how are you, man? Yeah, let's do something like this. Oh, fuck it. Just... have to be really careful with the pitch here. Nope, again. I think that was okay. Let's do it like this. Sounds kind of interesting. Probably sounds wrong. But it's funny. Okay, let's do it like this. Yeah, I think we can definitely work with that. I think we continue with this on the next session because I want to make make use of a little bit more time to listen to your tracks. So just in case you still have some questions to Stefano, he's still here. Can probably paste the link again to the giveaway here. We just have to realize when I'm reading this, I still have to get Project Chaos. Shame on me. I just realized I don't have this one, man. I just definitely have to get this. So good that you joined the chat, joined the stream. Okay, so let's use this session here. I can delete the files later on from what you guys have sent me. So let's check out some tracks here. If you are okay with that, let's have a listen to some tracks here. Wolfgang, I still remember that. I have to send you that shirt. I got that the last time when I was visiting your stream, Daniel. I will send you that shirt of Alexander Wolfgang and having like I think you said something like a wolf logo on that. I definitely have to remember that. I didn't forget about this. Okay, so where did I save the tracks? Track review, here we go. Okay, so let's check out a few tracks here. So let's just import something into that session right away. I know I have some with a BPM, but I think it should be fine by just cutting them, or if we just, let's put them right into this session. Or maybe I should open, no, just let me just quickly open a new session here so I'm not messing things up or anything. I always forget that I detached the microphone from the session, that it's independent now, that I can close my session and do whatever I want. I think it just takes a moment to prepare. Alexander Wolfgang Merck. So what, did Studio One crash? Oh no, it didn't. So new song, let's set up a new song. Empty. Should probably shouldn't share the screen. So let's hit a new song here. Empty. Let's quickly name this track review. Okay, and here we are. Just have to set the limiter to low. Okay, so let's load up the first track and have a listen. Oh, I should have written down the names, but I think that song's by Brian. So if you're still here, let's check this. Okay, so I hope I didn't, before I said it, thanks so much for Stefano and, for making this possible, also for the giveaway. And I hope, oh, there he is, Brian, hey. I think this update is definitely a no-brainer, and it's definitely one of the best, if not the best, vocal library up there, especially when it comes to legato. And I mean, the voice of Clara is, Daniela sounds great too, but I just have to, Clara really shines, and it's no surprise that she's getting hired that much for projects. Actually, I'm a little bit sad because I wanted to work with her on a trailer album, but exactly that track where I was planning to put in female vocals was rejected or saved for later. So we just have to see when it works out, but it will definitely work out that I will hire her for an upcoming project. Definitely. So I would just continue with listening to these tracks here. Let me just see what's going on here. So I hope I didn't forget anything about Ethera Gold 2.5. Yes, actually, I forgot something. I just have to check this because I think Stefano wrote a few things on chat this afternoon that I quickly wanted to check what I wanted to mention. Just quickly have to see if I found it. If I find it, I mean. Oh, that's it. Okay. So I mentioned this again, the upgrade, if you already own Ethera Gold 2, you just pay like $14. So it's like a no-brainer, of course. And on the Zero G website, there is also an educational discount with 20% off too. That's what I wanted to mention. I'm actually not really sure if you can combine these, but to be honest, out of nature, I would never combine these things because I don't know. Maybe it's even not possible, but I think if you want to, get this for an educational price, or you can even combine these. So you get it like for $14 and you get an additional 20% discount on it. That's really like generous. Seriously. I mean, probably I would have paid probably like $299 for the entire library instead of just 120. But this is again probably from a marketing strategy point of view makes it like really a no-brainer, because there is so much stuff in there that you just have to buy it. And of course, 100 times $105 is better than just, 20 times 300 or so. Dave, thanks for being here. Bye. And yeah, so I would just hop over and have a little bit of a track review going on here. So let's listen to this track by Brian. So wow, from a production point of view, from a sound design point of view, this thing is absolutely amazing. I mean, Brian, as far as I know, you told me before that this is kind of like an horror track. So I mean, obviously, it's definitely nothing for a romantic love scene. So, but I really love the production level, the sound design. It's something, to be honest, what has been a little bit forgotten among, let's say, aspiring composers when they are just about putting blocks together. Of course, not everyone, but I find this really amazing when it comes to all these little sound design elements and snippets. The only thing I really did, like the only thing I would have, but then it depends on the purpose of the track. If it's like serving like a scene in a movie, you know, like a shocking or like a horror chase scene or something of zombies, and it's like a, you know, like the scene is like that long. I mean, how long is the track right now? We are at like 3 minutes 20, something like 3 minutes. So then it makes total sense. Of course, what is happening on screen? It's of course very sick. It's kind of like disturbing. And I find the voices, the vocals are pretty unsettling. The only thing, if it would be like a standalone track, I would have probably wished to have a little bit more of, you know, like variety inside the track. So for example, when it's like in this part, and then you listen to the next part, so sometimes it sounds a little bit as if you found some new effect and then you used it for this section, and then you go to the next section and then you found a new effect, or, you know, experimented with something and then you use it again. So I sometimes miss a little bit like the surprise that is happening, that something is like really, you know, sucked me down, like looking like it was happening on the movie It, where she's looking down the drain, and then there is the hairs coming up and wrapping around her head and tries to pull her in. This is what I expect, or what I expected a little bit. So you made it for fun, no other reason. So I would definitely say, from a production point, from all the effects and everything going on, this is top notch. The only thing that I would have, you know, wished about would be a little bit more variety also in the bass line. It's like basically the entire thing just copied. I mean, I so it's like wherever you listen in the track, it's always the same. And also the loop. So I would have experimented a little bit, completely going into another direction, maybe in the middle part, maybe here, changing the keys. Maybe. I know that lots of music is very effective when it's on the same key. Also, it sounds very unsettling. If you listen to this, you know, like Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley, and it's just going in the same key all the time, it sounds very unsettling. Somebody has modified that track that it's just one key, and you listen to this and it's like, fuck, just get me out of here. This sounds annoying, but not terribly annoying from track quality, but from an unsettling point of view. So I really love it. So if it would be for a movie scene, it would be perfect. If it would be like a standalone track, I would probably get rid of a minute and make sure to bring in a little bit more variety, especially in the bass line, and also for the drums. You could have done way more, especially since it's an industrial track, kind of. You have like this bass line. So it's like basically just pumping something like this, and you could have gone really crazy with like distorted drums, maybe more in the background, maybe chopped up and moved around. But generally I love it. The only thing that, as I said before, find a little bit annoying is that it just like repeats all the time, but it's compensated by all the, you know, did you design these things? Brian, did you design these snippets or something, or did you chop up something specific, or how did you record these vocals? Oh, thank you. I try my best. Oh, it's your vocals. Yeah, that's really fun. You probably just twisted it around, like pitched in effects and stuff like this. Yeah. I would have first thought it sounds like I couldn't say if it's like a woman or a man, but you probably, when you said you pitched it, yeah. So I think this is very well done. And, but as I said, you know, if it would be a standalone track, I would probably make it to like 130, maybe 215, maybe 230, depending if you prepare it for a trailer CD, which is heading towards a movie trailer, then the entire setup would be completely different. I think that would probably take too long to just cut it exactly as it would be for a trailer track, because you would have way more well, as I said before, a variety going on for these things and a smaller dynamic part to start from. Hey, Floozy, no, since we're at it, let me just spread the giveaway URL a few times here. Sorry, sore throat again. So, I mean, yeah, there's nothing really to say. But yes, Gitro, I have on my Discord channel, I have a little section where you can put tracks into this. But to be honest, if we spend like 20 minutes for each track or something, and we still have 4 tracks to go, I'm probably not sure if we could make or listen to more than 5 tracks. And I don't want to do it like listen to a track and say, yeah, sounds great, next one. So I just want to dedicate a little bit of time to this. But in this case, I can't really edit anything because there is so much subtle or, you know, disturbing sound design going on that you would probably take this into consideration in having all the stems or your project available to do something. But yeah, I think it sounds really great. Very haunting, yes. Okay, so if you agree, let's move on with the next one. And we have Leveler Beats, Whereby. So let's check out this track. So do you have any I see you're still here. Do you have any purpose for this one? Is there you know, that it wants to be on a trailer track or like video game focused or anything? Maybe you can say something while I'm playing the track. Really amazing. Very, very great. So you wrote this for a Call of Duty trailer. Do you mean that you just had the trailer as some kind of an orientation track and you wrote it? Or did you really write something for the trailer itself and it has been used in that trailer? So let me just... Altamore score, here's the giveaway link. Yeah, I mean, from a production point of view, I think it could be a little bit more modern-like. And I mean modern-like in the sense of there could be more compressing going on of the individual parts. So if you listen to this...
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now give this man a hand.
I think I would just okay. You just did it. You just did it to the trailer, so you could use it as an inspiration to compose. Let me just. Oh no. What is it called? This one here. So I just want to experiment a little bit because I think
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand. I think you understand. It's about $1,000,000. I tell you, you call your friend. I tell you to call a friend. Now where is your plan? Now where is your plan? I don't understand. I don't understand.
so you really can't. So I'm clipping. Besides that, I should put a limiter on top. But I hope you get the idea. If you have something like this, you want to make sure that everything is.
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no.
I would say that the vocals could be way louder. It always appears that if the vocals are okay, but
Plan, you ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan.
let's see if we can just pull off. Just see how this sounds. I have no idea, but let's pull this on top too, or maybe let's just move it around. Sil Mariani, thanks for following. Let's move this around for a second. And could go totally wrong, but let's just fool around with it.
I'm a big boss. You a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand. I think you understand. It's about $1,000,000. I tell you, you call your friend. I tell you to call a friend. Now where is your plan? Now where is your plan? I don't understand. I don't understand.
So I hope this makes a little bit more sense, but it's just a very subtle thing when it comes to the production, and you get a way better result if you just spend way more time to compress the individual parts. Of course, I'm not really sure how much you did, but I think, funnily, as we talked about this before, when it comes to working with compressors, I think this is the problem on this track too, because you could even distort the vocals. You could put like, are you familiar with a band? What is it called? That band. There is a female vocal singer. It's a metal band. It's like a longer word. It's like Not In Between or something, or Among Us. That's a game. But in this moment, it's a metal band with a female singer, and they use a lot of like how do you say, like a megaphone thing. And Celine Dion, exactly. And they have a lot of distortion on the tracks, a little bit of lo-fi settings going on, and lots of compression. No, it's In This Moment. Yeah, so if you listen to their songs, especially, like basically every track, they use this at some point. You could listen to Blood, and what is the other song called? Addiction. So they have a lot of, Nightwish and all these bands, they are way too polished. Evanescence, this is just polished. Don't get me into Evanescence in their new song. This is like, I don't know. We need money. We do something in the style of Alicia Keys. Man, I mean, I love that band. I love the singer. Evanescence influenced me like crazy, but this new song is like, it's like, I don't know. It's Alicia Keys. If Alicia Keys would have done something that is a little bit more, her track Girl on Fire is way more aggressive than this new track by Evanescence. I mean, it doesn't have to be always like about, you know, being aggressive or anything, but I don't know what this thing, Adrenalize, that's the track, right? So you may want to check this kind of vocal that would fit it very well, because I think you recorded the vocal. Is it your vocals, or did you hire a singer?
Got my gang with me, we taking over the city. It ain't looking that pretty, and we ain't dishing no pity. Call me a killer, call me a thriller, call me the chiller, now call me the pillar. Get it? I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan, you ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead, now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan, I think you understand, I think you understand. It's about $1 million.
So there's a little bit of funny thing going on, because when I turn this off, it sounds louder. It sounds a little bit more, you know, dynamic, but it's louder. But you have to listen to this. Maybe, how can I do this for a second? So it just probably.
I tell you, you call your friend. I tell you to call a friend. Now where is your plan? Now where is your plan? I don't understand. I don't understand.
So you can kind of simulate it by doing it right now with just like a subtle compressor on top. The distressor. We could also use another one, but it doesn't matter. Just have to try around. So I think it's also, you know, kind of bullshit when people say, oh yeah, always use this compressor. You know, to me, I mean, coming back to the spice world, to the cooking world, it's almost like, oh yes, I use curry on everything. Well, may sound pretty nice when you have yogurt and banana and, you know, blueberries, curry. So I think you have to be open-minded to all kinds of things. If it's about yogurt, you probably want to put cinnamon and honey in it. Maybe not, but it tastes better than curry for sure. So if somebody says, I'm always using this compressor, yeah, that's cool, but kind of, I don't know. I have a drum library already. Why should I buy another one? So I would just try to fool around with specific compressors, with all kinds of compressors, also multi-band compressors, and also, you know, what effects you apply on each of these tracks. I would really take the time and compress every single one of these tracks, and then you will have it more easier to balance them and bring it up to like a more modern, because this track really screams for a more modern production.
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan.
I would also turn up these vocal phrases in the back. You could really you know, dare way more to come out with the vocals. You could, if you listen to let's say like a more commercial track, or that's going on the radio, most of the time they are produced like totally nobody cares about the music, but you have to hear the singer. And I would treat that song also like this, by pulling up the singer really hardcore and compress it, maybe put like in the first half, maybe here, or maybe in the intro, you put this, you know, like this, I call it like megaphone effect, where it's like shouting through that, you know, that speaker. What is it called? I don't know. No, it's not the sparkles on top. It's basically just the production. You don't get the compression. So it's basically, you don't get, you don't hear it, Jan. That's what you're trying to say? Or you don't understand the entire process of compression? Okay, so like from a sense-making point. So how can you say that? Imagine you have a road, right? And on that road, you have a lot of hills and a lot of valleys and everything. And you have like a car that it's just driving on this and it just goes all the time. It's just completely, out of control. And compression, what basically the compressor is doing is like a guy with a shovel and a bucket or something with full of earth. And then he just takes a little bit away from the top of these spikes and puts it into these valleys, into these holes. And then the way is a little bit more even. And when the car is driving, or that race car is driving on top, it's moving not that bumpy. So when you let me just overdo this for a second, and I'd show you what I mean.
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand. I think you.
So what you have right now, and it's almost a little bit. Thanks so much, Sid. So it's that when you listen to that track right now, listen to this on A and B. I just have it without compressors.
I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand.
So if I would render this track right now to audio, it would be more square-like than it is now. And of course, dynamics are always good, but you would reach a little bit of a more modern sound that this track really needs to get like more, how do you say? Yeah, that it sounds more modern. So you need a little bit to work with compressors, and it would be better off when you do this on individual tracks. Of course, I'm killing dynamics that way, but this is like this is what this style of music needs. The same as you go and say, don't put distortion on cello when you have a traditional classical sound, then you have to say, if you want a track like this is like Imagine Dragons, some kind of sound. And if you listen to their music, and I mean, just also on the radio, it sounds like really compressed. And there is also something going on when people said, when the Red Hot Chili Peppers album back then, Californication, was released, everybody was like, oh, so much compression is like completely over limited and everything. And yes, a little bit is too much, but it gives the album a specific sound. You listen to clean guitars on that album, but what was the guitar player on that album? It wasn't Joey Frusciante. Was it him playing again on that album? I'm not really sure. But if you listen to these licks, they are most of the time really clean. But because of the hardcore compression and the limiting, they were always like sustainingly, singing on top. So to be honest, no, it's all good. I don't get it critical. You're just asking. I totally get this. Yes, but you're right. I'm killing dynamics with this. And to be honest, I totally don't care. How can I say this? When hopefully my trailer album is going to be released, I just totally gave a fuck about probably every mixing engineer will go like this and say, how could he do this? But I totally don't care. I wanted to sound the album as aggressive as it is now, and I'm totally how do you say, excited and full of expectation about what everybody's saying about this album. But it's just, but it starts sounding distorted. I don't care, and just put it up. Maybe it was because back then we were in a studio when we were producing our album for my band back then, like a few hundred years ago, and there was like the point where we just started to work on the drum mix, and we were like, can you compress it a little bit more? Stizoni, thanks so much for following. Can you compress it a little bit more? And that sound guy literally went to the compressor and put it up 1 millimeter or 2 millimeter. And I was like going crazy. I would have just loved to just move that wheel once and just give me something here. And so this is what this track is actually missing. So I can just, our ears have relaxed a little bit because, of course, I agree, this style of music is not easy to listen to. You can't listen it to like, like 10 or 20 or 30 minutes all the time. You need a break in between. Otherwise, it starts sounding annoying. But when you listen to that sound, you can do a lot when you compress the single instruments of that track. Therefore, you don't have to, like hardcore compress the entire track. But just to give you an example of what this does. So maybe let's just listen to this again here for a second.
Call me the pillar. Get it? I'm a big boss and you a tiny man. You ain't got no plan. You ain't got no plan. Now get this man ahead. Now get this man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand. I think you understand.
So in a sense, it sounds way more tamed. There are not that many dynamics, there are not that many dynamics anymore going on this track. And you may want to do it, as I said before, you may want to do this to the individual tracks. But besides that, the build-up and everything, I mean, you could have done like a little downer or something, like a gap here, but it's not really necessary because the track is probably 130 something. If you just move it over here. Yeah, it's like 2 minutes. So this is like perfect length for... Oh, Shade Captain is probably Shade Captain ZA. Thanks for following. Tristan, yeah, would I add a glue compressor? Always. I always have compressor on my master bus. Yeah, if you are mastering, don't use any presets, or if you are, EQing, always use kind of presets and then use them to go from there. But if a plugin says, rock snare, what snare? Is it a Sonor? Is it a dB? Is it a Yamaha snare? Is it 18 inches? Is it 17? Is it a piccolo snare? There are so many instruments. It's like saying, I have vocals. So you use a Rode Procaster, but you can get another quality with a Browner or a Neumann microphone. So it's just a matter of trying things out. Leveler Beats, I try to answer. So he's asking that he has to work on the volume, and when you're just pushing it. The thing is, if you want to, the thing is, you are arranging, or you're just pushing these things together. You're gluing these things together and you need to compress it in order to get it, because if you just have it as clean as possible, you have lots of dynamics jumping up and down. You have this beat going. Let me just turn this off again. So you have a lot of jumping out of the toms and the bass and the snare and so on, and also the vocals.
Man ahead, now get it, man ahead. See, I got a plan. I think you understand. I think you understand.
Also, the little syllables, all of these are different to each other. But you wanted to have that it's all kind of like the same volume. So it's just a matter of trying out. Just sit down, maybe just softly and gently compress all of these individual tracks, especially the vocals, especially the drums. And I think if you just do the vocals and the drums, this will be the main part when you compress these right. And sorry, Tristan, I just probably slipped off, but this is, you just have to be careful. It's just a matter of trying. You just have to sit down maybe for an hour and check out what a compressor is doing. Take like a high dynamic signal of maybe like an acoustic guitar playing some kind of some kind of a Justin Bieber, kind of like would be perfect, like a strumming guitar. going in something like this. And you just have to fool around what a compressor does, and you just have to hear it. And the art is definitely just by taming something that you don't want to be too dynamic, and then, you know, adapt it to other instruments. Yeah, 7 Tears of Hope, ozone and neutron can definitely help. I probably have a problem with neutron. About the exciter and some of the compressor. Sometimes it's a little bit too much, but a very subtle summing compressor is probably the Fab filter, the Pro multiband compressor. I don't want to miss this thing anymore. The Bieber. So, yeah, I mean, just if you are on my Discord chat, Discord server or something, you can send me a track, or, you know, but of course I just have to, as I said before, like prioritize I mean, you're actually one of, I can't see it right here, but you're actually on my Discord channel. I've seen that before, and you also thanks so much. I think you were supporting me on Patreon, so we can definitely have a, you know, can definitely send me the track and I have a listen and we can talk about this again. So I would just head over to the next one here, to the next track. That's cool. Tristan, let me just quickly answer this, because this, I think it's very important. There are a few rules when, for example, like basic setups, you have like a track, an EQ setup, and then you have like all kinds of, there it sounds bumpy or washy or, you know, squishy, what all of kinds of, what you standard, for a standard you would EQ, for example, a snare. You have some specific bands you could do. It's the same like you have like a mapping, a layout of an entire orchestra. So you have like the trombone sitting here, the tuba is sitting here, the high strings and the piccolo and the trumpets are sitting here somewhere. So you have like a perfect layout of these instruments. You wouldn't use trumpets here and, you know, violins here and using always the low Cs of the violas and anything. You would use it as an EQ. But I would totally break these rules all the time, because you just would have to create, develop a creative ear that you hear what makes sense. And this you can just do if you have blue and yellow as colors, and you mix these colors, you have like a green color. This is what, you know, what comes out of this. But it's not always that when you mix yellow and blue, that it always gets green. Sometimes you just mix a little yellow and it becomes a dark green, and sometimes you mix a lot of yellow and blue together and it becomes like a very light green, which is more like a, you know, like looks a little bit like grass, while the other one looks a little bit like a, you know, like a needle tree. So I think this is very important to understand what plugins are doing. Don't pay attention to these presets. You know, pop ultra great sounding limiter, or, you know, like top 10 mastering preset. It's how should that mastering plugin know how your track sounds? I mean, if you get like a platinum top #1 hit by whatever, Britney Spears, or some track that is absolutely amazingly mixed and mastered, then of course this platinum mastering preset will sound absolutely amazing. But for example, not on a trailer track or an orchestral track. So you definitely have to develop this ear and sit down for like half an hour or an hour and listen to what you're actually doing. Okay, so let's listen to the next one. Untitled by Zed. So let's listen to this track here. Oh, sorry, I just have to make sure that I have the compressor. Yeah, turn it off. This is absolutely amazing, but I was just looking a bit shocked because you're right, I totally forgot that the track changes. So I probably did that mistake on all the other compositions too, right? Now that is kind of like embarrassing because I'm used to the... Man, this is like embarrassing because I just have to... Don't follow. I just, this is like... Man, this is like... I'm really sorry about this. Also, on the other tracks, it probably was a completely different tempo. And it does not need compression, right? I'm so sorry. I totally forgot that I have, kind of like liquid audio turned on. So if I import a track, it automatically adapts the tempo of that. So just let's So what instruments did you use? What at one point I was really thinking that this is a real recording. So did you use an English horn? Did you use an oboe? I can't really say it because I really love Nucleus. I love all the Audio Imperia libraries, but I think at one point I was thinking it's a real one because you hear like a little bit of a blowing. It sounds as if somebody is breathing, At this point, there is a little coming in. Yes, but I really love this track. I mean, the build-up and everything, the dynamics is perfect. This is like something you don't need too much compression. Besides that, you can see that this track is well mastered because here you can see, for the highest part of that track, you see that there is a limiter going on. So he took care of that. And by using a limiter, it's the only point where you can get, because the dynamics are perfect within each other, like the volume of the lower parts and the higher parts. But if you in general want to make this track louder, you just have to use a limiter. Well, but it works. You slapped ozone elements on it and it worked. Sorry, not wrong. I'm not sure what's going on with my throat today. Okay, so it's a doubling between clarinet and oboe. And yes, I mean that's I kind of like. I'm not really sure. It's not the sound. It's not the sound of the clarinet and the oboe. I think it's like the way it could be sound a little bit more unhollow, maybe by EQing a little bit. I could try it, but let me just pull up. But this is like complete experiment. I'm not really sure if I do something. Besides that, you have the strings in the background. That's probably it. I think it's like too much 1K in there, but I could be wrong. It's like I think that's it. That it's not really much you should have to do. I mean, this is personal, right? So this is, I think there is a little bit too much something like this going on. We could probably dim it down to like maybe 800. I hope that makes sense. So check out 041 phasing. I didn't hear anything that is... I just have to pick the track over, so I'm just trying to follow what is 149 here. Yeah, just a little bit. There is something going on. Who said this? Oh, you just heard this. I think so. Okay. Oh, you mentioned it again. Sorry, I'm not paying that much attention to the chat. There has to be a point where I just have to put like, slow chat on. But then again, it would just work for the Twitch guys. So it seems like all the Twitch guys are gone almost. It's like 6 people left. Hello, 6 people on Twitch. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of phasing going on at this point. But it's just minimal. I think it's something you probably hear because you worked on that track. You know, everybody else listening to this on speakers or in a movie or something wouldn't hear it. I think I really got, at one point I got shocked because I experienced or I detected after delivering a track and everybody listened to it and approved it, it sounded nice, but there was like a glitch somewhere going on, and it's still in that production. I mean, of course, I forgot which one it was, but, this stuff happens. I mean, we are humans. But, I mean, I can't really say anything about... There's the Twitch gang. So I really can't say anything about this track. This is just perfect from the build-up and everything. You're telling a real story here. The only thing that I would have wished for is some part where there are the stops not going, Like, on this part, maybe this one gap here, or maybe here. I know it tells a story, but it happens on almost every bar. 3, 4. You're missing your girlfriend in South Korea. I totally can relate. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're really telling that story. I think at some point I would have wished like a little bit more of a connection, like that glimpse of hope when you pick the phone and you talk together, and then suddenly she says, "I'm able to come over," or you say, I'm able to come over, and we just get it. So that there's like a glimpse of hope going on. But I mean, that's just like that's like really, like criticism on really like here, on a high niveau. This is a really great track. I really love it. Can't do anything. Yeah, let's listen to the next one. We have a track by Butt Knuckle, A New Era. And I just have to make sure I just have this don't follow. Man, I really have to keep that in mind to switch that off. I think it happened like the last time when we had a track review that I'm listening to the tracks in the wrong tempo. Okay, let's listen to A New Era. This track is, it's so funny because it's absolutely amazing when it comes to the horns, to the entire production, sound-wise. It's top-notch. I absolutely love it. I would publish it right away. But the only thing I have a problem with is that there is no system in the instruments you're using and how you build these things up. So one typical example is like the vocals here in the beginning. You really wanted to go over top and you've used, Clara to sing like really high. But then again, how can you top this right now when she already, her vocal cords are bleeding, like it's like spilling and splattering all over the place? How can you top this? You can't. So that's why I would make sure to bring these notes at least only once at the very end. Like an octave above or something, like the very ending, and then end in like a big... Something like this at the very end, and not here. And the other thing is, but the drum, I mean, don't get me wrong, the drums, the horns and everything, they are really like movie-like. This is like the horns that I want to hear in an action track. What did you use? I would say probably like Junkie XL brass. I'm not really sure, but see, this is a typical example because you started with a lot of power. I would turn around the power of these two parts, like from this part and this part. You know what I'm trying to say? So use the dynamics from this part, but apply it to this part because there is so much going on right now. You know what I'm trying to say? You try to build up way more dynamics, and you do melody-wise because you bring it way more to the top and more to the top, but dynamic-wise, you can't top the energy from this part and then here. It sounds very subtle, so I would either turn it around or just leave it away, like going... if I would do it like... Maybe and really build like a downer or something, and then sorry, here we are, like maybe one bar or something, and then just Hope that makes sense. And also, you know, like, how do you? I just have to check which part it was. Okay, so right in the beginning, you have this do 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 going, and this is really cool. But then you go down again, and in this part, I would take everything away and just leave the arpeggio do 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 do, and nothing else, nothing, completely nothing. And then because you build more up when you go. And I don't understand this synth melody. And then you have a solo cello, you know, so you have like dee 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 dee. I know it resembles like the horn melody, but then you come up with a more quiet and a more settled cello. And to me, it doesn't make sense why you do this. You know, you tell like a story and you're getting quiet, but you start with like the main theme and then you go to like a random... So it sounds kind of like mean to present it with that stop right here, but I think you get the idea. So I think production-wise, this is really great. This is absolutely great. You did an absolutely amazing job, but I think when it comes to telling the story with the instruments, you could probably improve it. And if you do that, it's just like a top-notch track. Everybody. If you just apply with these tracks with, you know, like either if you want to go the way of, you know, releasing it with a trailer music company, they better take it right away. But first, to do that, they will probably tell you all the same that it is about the story building and about the, you know, how do you build up these instruments, because all the epic parts are cool. It's always about this, how you structure your story. But I really love the track. If you just rework that and you contact the Epic Elite guys, I'm pretty sure they will just take it right away into their portfolio and spread it to all the YouTube channels, and you start generating some serious money, hopefully, from this. You would totally deserve it, seriously, because this track is really amazing. But the only thing you have to do is get like control over the instruments you're using and how you set this up. So I hope this made kind of like, this made sense a little bit. So we have one track left, and then I just we are already like almost 4 hours. But it's so amazing with you guys. Okay, Leveler Beats, thank you so much. Have a great night and hopefully see you soon. So let me just load this track. This is by Norman. It's called The Guardian. Let's check this one here. like the ending. Norman, I'm not really sure if you're still here, so you probably want to check the recording later on. I think there are some really great parts in there, but I think the main problem, it's overall, I think the main problem generally that the production level is not really the problem itself, but it's always the arrangement, the structure of the different parts. So, for example, the track starts off. I get the pattern until here, but now this happens. I want to hear this again because I had 2 before of the previous one, so I would love to listen to this again. But what happens is to me, it stops being epic here, and this is clearly focused towards epic because it kind of starts off with that, and then suddenly it's like, it almost sounds like Nightmare, not Nightmare on Elm Street, A Night Before Christmas, something, like something unsettling, something mysterious happening. But it's not trailer anymore. We are now in like a, like, how can I say this? But some kind of a hero has been captured by some evil guys, and they put drugs into him. He's like slowly waking up, like tortured or something, and just tries to focus where he is. To me, it stops being epic here. And then, but I like the part. Don't get me wrong. I really like all the parts. And this is one thing I don't understand. You completely change the flow of the track because first you had triplets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's more like triplets or 6 tuplets or 6/8, but it's 4/4, 1, 2, and it's still 4/4, but now it's 1, 2, 3. And it's, yeah, exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. After 50%, basically you can take an entire song out of this part and this part. Some kind of stuttering, and then it goes back to that part. Let me just do this like this, so we are on the grid here. I wouldn't use this part. And I wouldn't use any of this because I could make an entire new track out of this part. So I would totally focus on using this one. And actually we are at 1 minute 30 and we are 2:18. So you have like 45 seconds. So if you just have like a more quiet part going on here, or you even have this 4 parts like this and you build it up from here and then doing and adding something, you go to a quiet part and then you go back maybe to this part again and add way more stuff, way more impact and anything. It doesn't even need like a real melody. It could do it like a 1:30 TV track that they use on, you know, I once did this. This is funny because I once did this, or participated on doing Balls to the Wall, which is a Two Steps from Hell album. And I think I wrote like 20 tracks. I think all in all, it's like, I don't know, 60 tracks or 50 tracks on that album. And I wrote quite a few on these. And this was 2012, 2013. And this music still gets used in, you know, Treasure Hunter, or what is it? Is it called Treasure Hunter? And you know, like RuPaul's Drag Race and all these shows. This album is probably on like 30 TV shows across the globe, and it's all these little 1:30 tracks. They don't do much, but this music is so important for all of these moments when, for example, or take like, you know, Germany, It's Next Top Model, or some other kind of a So You Think You Can Dance or something, and then they announce a winner and they have these tension moments. This is where they use this music in, you know. You did a nice choreography. The way how you moved is very nice. And then they are sitting there and waiting for something to happen. Let me just switch the camera for a second here. I'm back a little bit closer here. And yes, so I think sometimes it doesn't need to be melodic, because it's not the track that, you know, like that Kevin produced. This is a track that is going into like the movie, like it's telling a story, it's classical focused, it's very well done. But this is a completely different story. This is, you know, dirty trailer stuff, 1:30 something, and you can cut like 20 or 30 seconds off and use it for a TV show. So yes, so this is basically two different tracks, and I wouldn't make use of 50% of the other half and connect it to the other half of the first half of this track. So I hope that made sense. Oh, did I miss something? Seems like Nash, you subscribe. Oh, you got this gifted, like the tier, right? Somebody gifted this to you. This was really nice. And I just see that right now we're close to like 1,700 followers. That's absolutely amazing. Man, I started building this in January, this Twitch channel. That's absolutely amazing. Okay, I think let's turn on some chill music here. Okay, so I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed this stream. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of different stuff we did. We reviewed a library. Let me just quickly share the... Oh, Spectral Atmosphere, you say amazing but not very active. Do you want to know? I've seen before that on Restream, the Restream bot, the Restream bot announced that we reached 1,000 messages during the stream. This never happened before, so it's definitely one of the best, you know, in terms of chat messages, one of the best stream ever so far. Or I was too blind and missed it all the time before. Yeah, we definitely have to continue to. Let me just quickly check. Oh, I think I probably was a little bit too loud when talking. I still had my microphone set to, you know, when I'm Skyping and having a Discord chat, I just have to turn it up a little bit because I don't have compressors going on. Yeah, I hope that all made sense when it comes to, you know, compression, and EQ. It's not really, you know, it's not like really a big secret, but I remember it so well because I was struggling all the time with compression, with reverb. What is wrong with my language tonight? reverb and mastering and compression and all these things. But then again, I know today that I worried too much about these things because the mystery is just having a well-arranged track. And sometimes we just overdo it. We just put too many instruments in there and try to sound a little bit more sophisticated, but the track really sounds way more amazing when it is like easy, like on Butt Knuckles' track that was so excellently produced, I think. And but there was too much instrument there. I wouldn't need a cello. Oh, Ragnar LB, thanks for following. Skid Row, we have to see that if I make a review next week, because there's still a lot on my plan, and I'm not really sure how to get this all, because even organizing the tracks, and downloading them all and putting them together, if I don't mess up the tempo of Studio One here, it all takes time, and to organize these things and announce them. So, but we will see. We definitely do that in the future, more and more. And I still, got a little stuff to finish. It's crazy because I finished that game trailer and everything has been submitted. The final production stems and everything in all kinds of variations. And then I got like a new gig, and I actually have to write a new demo until the weekend for an upcoming library. But I'm not saying anything yet. But so there's a lot going on. But I definitely know once this time is over, when this project has been done, the demo has been done, and the other game soundtrack I'm currently working on, when this is done, I will definitely have way more time to stream. And to create YouTube videos. Actually, I got one in the pipe that I'm currently doing. I probably will record it tomorrow and then release it on Friday. But I will probably look forward to have content out on Monday, maybe in the afternoon. Then we have a stream on Wednesday, and then there will be another video on Friday. Because currently, I think I'm in some kind of a, like a production spree. Because the last video got so much attention, and I think I can keep that up by regularly now producing new videos. Oh, thank you so much. The fanfare video, right? The funny method by just hitting one key and then trying to see what comes up. But that's definitely a cool method. Definitely has to also do that with choirs at some point. Okay. Sinush Perli. Hi, I think I didn't mention you before. The library is really fun. It's important to know that when updating to 2.5, the old projects are not longer compatible. But I think you can easily connect it to the patches before. So I think you can just, go in and reconnect them, because all the patches inside the 2.0 and the 1.0 patches are still available. So it's probably a lot of some time goes into reconnecting them, but I think you can't really, it's like the old projects are not corrupt or anything. You just have to reattach it and then it works again. At least I think so. Yeah, when it comes to effects, generally, the most important thing is EQ, compression, and limiting. If you just use like 10 minutes maybe per day, or maybe like every 2 days, or just 5 minutes, and just loading a track or an instrument or a phrase or a drum loop, and then experiment around what does compression do? What does happen when I layer or raise the attack or lower the attack? And then watch a little YouTube video about somebody explaining how compression works, and generally don't give a shit about all these presets and what they're saying, because it doesn't make sense. It could also be named like, shitface snare. It's non-saying about what the snare actually sounds like because the plugin doesn't know what snare you're going to apply that on, you know? Hey Sheldon, nice to see you. Yeah, Cinematic Studio woodwinds. That would be very great to see them soon. And if they have some kind of Marcato patches going on too, that would be amazing. Because I really love these Marcato patches on the brass. You basically don't need anything else from that entire library. Yeah, that was like an awesome live stream. I didn't expect we were going to almost like 4 hours. And I also needed to change the layout a little bit because I think I still love the other artwork. I will probably use it again at some point, but I just like to have the chat, you know, in front of me where you can really like, where it looks like you're reading the chat when you look at this. And I think it's such wasting so much space actually. Yeah, so I think for now, I will probably call it a day for tonight. I think 4 hours is a good time to end this the stream. And yeah, I will probably be here next Wednesday again. And as I said before, we'll see when I get done with the other projects. If we go another 6 minutes, you can say that you streamed 2 days this week. Oh, you mean, yes, of course. Yeah, because I just had to look. It's almost like 12. I didn't get this right now. Yeah, so it's already 12 o'clock. Yeah, I like the transparency of this. And actually, this is like the thing I have here. I have down here. This is, you can actually download this for free. So just if you're interested in streaming, I can totally recommend Harris Heller's stream and also Sam Woodhall. He's a great guy. You just have to check out these guys on YouTube and also on Twitch because Harris explains a lot when it comes to setting up streams, setting up cameras, setting up lights, all the hardware you need, you know, the computers and all these things. And Sam Woodhall is really amazing when it comes to graphic design. And he actually got something. I was inspired. How can I do this? That my finger is like something like this moving here. Oh, like this. Okay. So this thing here, because there's all the information in there you would need. You see like the, you know, like the subscribers, you see the last donation, and then it switches around to the bit donations, how many people are watching. Unfortunately, this is just working for Twitch itself. Oh, Stefano, you're still here. Yeah, thank you so much for making this all possible. It's definitely a great library, definitely a no-brainer. I will use it a lot on, you know, future sessions. And actually, I will look if I can make it. Maybe I will go online tomorrow. I can't say for sure now. And we just definitely have to, you know, finish that track I just started. And we definitely will use more Ethera Gold for this track. So yeah, so as I said before, please make sure if you're interested in to learn, get a little bit more into streaming, Harris Heller is your man, and also Sam Woodhall when it comes to all these amazing things. And that's what I wanted to say, on his server, you can download this thing. I adjusted it a little bit and changed the colors and changed the fonts and everything, so it looks a little bit more unique. Yes, but this is definitely a great thing. Great channels you should check out. Okay. So I would say I call it a day for tonight. Thanks everyone for being here. All make sure to get Ethera Gold for just $100, just in case if you don't win the library. Don't be sad. It's just $100. And as I said before, if you only use, or if you only have the 2.0 and you want to upgrade, it's just $14. So it's basically like a no-brainer. No, I won't wait for like 2 more minutes. I'm not getting an award for this, and I need to eat something. Okay. He? Well, maybe I'm staying these 2 minutes. Did he design your Be Right Back page? No, actually, when I switch to the pause or the end or the intro screen, partly it's a package that you can buy on Nerd or Die. It's like a website. I probably feature that website because it's. So you can check this out here. So they offer a few of these things. And I mean, I can say this. I went with a clear view package. And I just designed it a little bit myself because I know a little bit about stream elements. It's not much how you apply some filters and how you can, make some stuff transparent. And then you have that blurry effect going on that you can kind of like see me. I always loved that when I was watching news. When there was the news going on and the news ended and you have like the jingle and the, like the outro. And then you can still see the people in the studio talking to each other. But I just wanted to blur it because when I just start picking my nose or something, I don't want anyone to see it really. So there we made it to another 2 minutes. 2 minutes to midnight. Yeah, just check this out. If you're just looking for some stream, I mean, you get sponsored by the Nerd or Die guys. I should sponsor them and just, maybe one day. I don't know. Okay, so I will call it a day for now. And yeah, you guys made me to wait until 12 a.m. So have a great week and hopefully see you next time. You will know on my Discord channel. You can see the Discord channel. I don't want to post it. You can see it on the end screen again, just in case if you're curious about joining the Discord family that has already grown to over like 700 members. I'm really proud of you guys. Okay. So, thank you so much. And see you soon. Have a great night. Take care wherever you are. And thanks for being here. Bye.